Oh, all right, and we should be live. Well, today we're going to continue our work on the dragon, which we're getting closer and closer to finishing up. Yeah, today we made it up to almost the face. Hey, exclusive! Welcome, man. It's good seeing you. Good morning, dude. Well, for me it's afternoon, but sure. Hey, Toby. Welcome back. Did you have a good night shift? Oh wait, have you guys seen the rotating zombie? Ah, well, I would suspect you, but I mean I can't be sure. Wait. First, I want to see the funniest thing in my world. This guy. He makes my life better. I don't know why he does that, but he's internal pain. Eternal pain. That guy. He's really not having a good time. He also does it, but not as dramatically. Oh, sorry. But you sorry, Toby, but I will never release him. Also, unwelcome. Uh, but you shaved all your hair. Why? Just felt like it, or was there like a reason to, in support of cancer or something? I don't know, charitable, you know? Or was it just on a whim? Hmm. If I remember correctly, it wasn't that long, surely. Of your clippers? Ah, right, well, I suppose. It's been a very, very, very long time since I had long hair, so that's I don't know. He's been stuck like that for 1700 days. I suspect that he's probably pretty dizzy at this point, and I suspect that there's more puke than water in that, well, water. At least I'd be very surprised if it was just pure water at this point. Like the dude has been flopping around there for almost the entirety of this world's life, which is like a pretty impressive feat, if I have to be honest. Like that's dedication, yo. It's a good thing zombies don't have human rights. It's a good thing villagers doesn't have human rights either. Jesus Christ, actually. This world is actually pretty cool. Why is there no Geneva Convention here? Why am I allowed to torture things as much as my heart desires? No Human Rights Act or Villagers' Rights Act in my world. Huh. I suppose there'll be an uprising at some point, but well, I see why. I mean, I often think about just shaving it all. Like, it would be so nice and low maintenance, but at the same time, I think I would look like a, well, I guess I still have eyebrows, but I think I'd look like a cancer patient if I didn't have eyebrows. I have, well, that too, but if I didn't have hair. I don't think my skull is strong enough for it. Is it completely clean shaven or just like uh, a super tight buzz cut? 19 millimeters. All right. Yeah, then there's still plenty left. Although I think mm, when it comes to like shaving yourself, like if I were to shave myself completely bald, like if I think of how much time I have to spend shaving in order to stay without a beard, I would imagine hair probably grows at somewhat the same rate. Uh, so it's actually probably a lot of work having to shave your head like 3, 4 times a week. Otherwise, you're gonna start getting stubble on top of it, which uh, I don't think suits the bald look. Yeah, I did read his message about um, having to move. A year is a long time, though. Should we just go get some glow lichen first before we actually get into this? Just 'cause, I mean, like, how is our super shear doing? Just fine. Perfect. I should also have cleared up some inventory space. Well, rip a couple of rockets. Who's the most active community member? That's actually a good question. I think it might be come down to between you and Meld. At least you guys write a lot in the Discord. Um, but I can't really say for sure, I think. Or at least it's so difficult to say for sure whether that is the case or not. Wait, I could also just bring the shulker. Damn, I'm wasting so many rockets. Well, as that may be, I I try to stay up to date with what happens in Discord, but I mean I'm a very busy man lately, so I'm sort of struggling with it a little bit, keeping up. Right. Okay. Well, exclusive. I hope to see more of you, man. It's feels like it's been a while since you've been in, but I'm happy to see you regardlessly. Isn't Meltdown Aussie? Or is that me just misremembering? Right. Where are you interning? exclusive? Anything interesting? Cardiology. Ah, right. As a doctor or surgeon or a diagnostic, isn't that what they call it? Or a nurse, but I don't. I'm not gonna shit on nurses. They're the glue that holds hospitals together. At least in Denmark, despite their shitty conditions. Hmm. Well, I would suspect that that's probably a few years down the road, isn't it? Or how long have you been interning? I don't know, but everyone has to start somewhere. Right. Right. Well, all I know from I have next to no knowledge about that sort of thing. Uh, all I know, which is probably greatly exaggerated, is from The Good Doctor and Grey's Anatomy. uh, which is ridiculous. But, I mean, it is what it is. Oh, that sounds like a... I mean, you're getting there for sure, dude. It's, anything worth doing takes time. So just stick to it, and then you'll probably be doing just fine in a couple of years. And we're up. Let's just refill our materials while we're here to make sure that we have everything that we need to continue coming through this. Hey TCG database, how are you, man? Hope you're having a wonderful day. Why do I feel like I don't have any glow lagging on me? Because I don't. That's that's a pretty straightforward answer. Mm. Alright. So how are you doing, TCD? I hope everything is well and that you're oh. There you go. Let's just make sure everything around here has light levels as they're supposed to, so nothing spawns while we're running around doing our thing. Looks pretty promising. Well, TCG, if you want a small world tour, just let me know, and then we'll get right on that. But very focused on this current build that I'm doing here, which is a Guardian Dragon, which is taking a while because of the ridiculous amounts of glass panes that I need to put around this place like this. Ah, right, yeah, I see exclusive. That is, I mean, well, sometimes you just have to be a little bit patient, yeah? Although I have a feeling that patience isn't your strong suit. Patience is a virtue, and so is action. Just, as a... or knowing when to take action, I guess, rather. Oh, Jesus Christ. I'm especially sloppy today, it would seem. But we're getting there for sure. I don't really. Well. Well, actually, nah. Let's give TCG a small world tour, just for the kicks. This is the project we've been working on for the last 1,000 days. This entire island here. Which we sort of made. Let's just get on here. Like everything you see in this world is built by me. We have a tavern. We have a mountain here, which I've sort of been doing a lot of these mountains around, and you'll see that over there too. But this functions as a axolotl tank, where I pop in every single one of my subscribers for like a little bit of fun. There's quite a lot in here by now. I think there's about 250, which I kind of like. It's sort of a way to get a little bit closer with you guys. Well, a pacemaker isn't the worst thing in the world. Uh, not by a long shot. Shame. Seems like TCG left for a little bit, so we'll just return back to building this. Really. Oh, almost fell down. Let's try not to do that. So now I just have to make it back and forth a couple more times. I'm hoping that we can sort of start on the head today. Though, it might be a little bit difficult. Since there's still a few layers to the head. I'm also considering not doing any part of the head and just waiting with that and then doing the entire body and then doing the entire body and effect and all that as a as the first objective, and then we can like finish the entire build with the head. And I think that would be sort of a cool way to do it, because that way it would feel like everything comes together so very nicely, very suddenly. But it is also just like little bit weird way of doing it, I think. I do want that one piece there. There we go. It's been raining for 7 days now. Like, not snowing, but raining. That's such a bother. Raining with hard winds. Like, jeez. Difficult to look forward to a new day outside when you know it's just gonna be super cold water or wind. Ugh. Oh, right. Alright, nice. What isn't nice is how terrible I am at jumping right now. Like, I'm even worse than usual. Which is saying a lot. I guess after having done this for 24 or 25 hours, I'm sort of starting to get a little bit exhausted with it. At least that's what I blame on it, and surely not just that I have terrible gaming skills. Surely. It's because I'm exhausted from working and doing this. Right, surely, right. I'm not gonna let that sort of break me apart. Okay, well, we need to go over there now. Alright, we do have a few dark spots here, it would seem. So we're just gonna run around a little bit to make sure that, oh my god. To make sure that everything is as it is supposed to be. Let me see, here we have a lot of dark space. Welcome back, Toby. Short hair. If I had to categorize my hair, I guess I would say that it's short hair or bangs. I don't know. I've never been much into chicks with bangs or guys with bangs either. Then again, I've never really been into guys, so I suppose I haven't really considered what it looks like on a guy, but I don't know. I think the most beautiful thing about 99% girls out there are their faces, and I don't know. I think bangs does a. I think the idea with bangs, like correct me if I'm wrong, is supposed to frame the face, isn't it? Um, but I feel like 99% of women with bangs out there, I don't feel like their face is framed by the bangs. I feel like the bangs are, uh, well, that their face is framing their bangs, and bangs aren't that pretty. At least, that's just my 5 cents on it. I feel like their face end up being like 90% bangs, and hmm, that's a funny way of phrasing it though. That their face tends to be mostly just bangs, and then with a little added benefit of maybe having a pretty face underneath. But wow, I cannot play Minecraft for Muffin right now. Oh wait, you're a Canadian, right? Toby. You probably know some good non-swear words or swear replacement words. Oh my god, I'm terrible at the game. What the fudge? Oh. Okay, wait. Oh, gotta stretch my fingers and get my head into the right space, because this is a... Yeah. I'm sort of looking for words, because, like, I feel like I swear a lot more when I'm building this thing than I would like to, so I'm sort of looking for words that are good for replacing, like 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 instead of fuck, then you can say fudge or things like that that are sort of innocent, not well, terrible swear words. Swear words should be used when there are only really a need for them. And I suspect that it makes probably no sense to you whatsoever if I started using Danish swear words, although that would have its own sort of charm. Nah, Canadians can't swear. You're too polite. I'm sticking to a stereotype. Like you can't convince me otherwise. And I don't think I've ever heard you swear either, so I mean, just going off that, right? I can almost guarantee that every other word isn't a swear word for you guys. Because I've heard you speak, and you don't swear often. You actually fit quite nicely onto the Canadian stereotype. Except your Canadian accent isn't actually that heavy, which I must admit was sort of a disappointment. I was getting so ready for like all the abouts, the roundabout, the all the OU sounds. Ooh. Hmm. I don't know. They still feel a little bit aggressive when I look at them. It's, like, I'm not saying that they're a bad swear replacement. It just feels like that there could be better out there. And I want to be using the best of the best replacements. You know? If that makes sense. I'm not sure it does, but... You can... Aren't you proud to be a Canadian? Canada has a lot of things going for it. Besides the obvious of being known as one of the some of the nicest folks all across the planet. Ah, right. About it. Why did you leave out the OU sound? That's so rude. That's like half the fun with talking with a Canadian or someone from Boston, because they actually do it too. I don't know why, but anti-Canadian moment, yeah, I suppose. Alright, I'll try not to. So. Yeah, that's such a shame. Any type of accent, at least in my ears, is sort of sexy, right? And I kind of like the idea that we have different sounds for different nationalities. That being said, I try to sound non-Danish whenever I speak English, right? So, I mean, I'm probably not a very good, mm, not a very good example of it. But Chesterfield Garage, Garade, Garage, Garage. Mm, I don't know. Uh, I find Canadians sort of adorable, you know, or at least the accent. Besides, it's sort of hella funny to hear Canadians speak, like just because, I mean, out, uh, get out the roundabout. I mean, that's there's just some good fun with that accent, which I really like. But I don't know. If I ever had to leave Denmark, it would probably be for Canada, I think. Hmm. You're why? But besides, I'm pretty sure I can outskate you. Yeah, Canada is very pretty. You have a nice mountains, snow, good seasons. It's it is a very pretty country. Oh, I'm pretty sure I can outskate you. Yeah, same. Oh well, rather, I'm just average in Denmark, but as we both know, Denmark is best at whatever we do. Um, so, and the average Dane is just superior to everyone else. Well, in that case, you probably can't outskate me, Jesus Christ. Though I've never learned how to skate backwards, which is something I feel like I should be able to do as a Dane. I don't know, it just like whenever I see a Danish person on out ice skating, they just I don't know, they're all able to go backwards, but I can't. I don't know why. I've never tried either, but I suppose maybe it's just an innate skill I yet have to unlock by upgrading my Danishness. You can skate backwards. Hmm. You can't stop. Well, I mean, mm, I suppose that that's not a completely unfair assessment, but mm, but if that's sort of the approach we take to it, right? Then I would also be able to claim that I can fly until I start falling, right? Wouldn't that sort of be the same logic? You wouldn't be able to know how to say, or you wouldn't say I can drive a car, and then be like, but I don't know how to brake. I feel like there's sort of a I feel like that's sort of a fallacy in your argument, but correct me if I'm wrong. But it sort of feels like if you're able to skate backwards, you should be able to stop. Otherwise, I mean, then you're just carrying momentum. Fake news. I don't know. Ice skating is actually pretty fun. Like, I do like it. And in Denmark we serve mm, warm drinks by the skate parks or like the indoor skating areas where whenever there isn't snow or ice enough for us to be outside skating. Um, there's always like a bar serving hot drinks next to it, which I mean, I must admit, I'm actually super surprised that it almost never goes wrong. Because I feel like shoving knives underneath your feet and then mixing that combo with alcohol. I mean, to me, that sounds like a bad idea on paper, right? So I don't understand why it actually works practically. Like, it just, like, to me, that sounds like an absolutely terrible idea. Rollerblading? I've never actually done that either. Um, but then again, that I don't know. That just it's just. I've often thought about buying those shoes with the rollerblades on the back of them though. Uh, just 'cause that seems kind of. I mean, it's kind of childish, but at the same time, it sounds kind of fun. Just being able to like lean back on your heel and then roll for a little bit. It also sounds like a hip that's about to get broken, but either mine or whoever I crash into. But it's a rollerblading place. Oh, right. I guess it's like a skate park for rollerblades, I suppose. I suspect you're probably also going to be able to find people on their scooters or whatever you're going to call them. Um, and stuff. Alright, next level. Hmm, well, I stand corrected then. I wonder whether or not blading is looked down upon in the skater community. Because I sort of feel like it would be, but... But then again, I don't really go in those circles, so I wouldn't actually know whether it's something that's looked down upon. It's just, I don't know, to me it sounds like something that uh, dudes in a skateboard would sort of look down upon. Oh yeah, well, I suppose if you go to a park that's dedicated to them, you wouldn't really run into skater dudes. And when I talk about skater dudes, it's of course dudes in a wearing a beanie, some slacks, and an Adidas shirt or whatever, skating around the skate park. I know that's very much a stereotype, but it's there for a reason, right? Surely. Patents also, I didn't get to read that. Hmm. Okay, onwards to the next part. I'm sort of hoping that I can save rockets by jumping through hoops here, but because I would really like it if I didn't have to spend all my rockets on just flying back and up and back and all that sort of stuff. Do you guys know, is a gas farm better for gunpowder or is a creeper farm? Like, a gas farm is sure is more prestigious, I get that, but like, is there a benefit to making a gas farm over a creeper farm? Well, besides you could do it on the nether roof. Well, I wouldn't be if I make a creeper farm, it wouldn't be. Mm, I wouldn't power it by hand. I know. I'd say that the mouth is bigger on that on number 9 than it is on number 10, but uh, I know who that guy is. I have no idea what farm you're referring to is, though. What's he's that Aussie YouTuber, isn't he? Minecraft YouTuber. How old is his world by now? Like, I knew he was playing hardcore once upon a time, but I haven't been keeping up to date with, well, his world, really, so. Is he still doing that, or? Or, did he die and decide not to play hardcore anymore? Hmm, I really want those out there. Can I? Fine, we're gonna waste a rocket. Wait a second, Tossa, I'm just gonna read for in a second. I don't know whether it's weird or not. I don't think I have one particular one. Uh, hmm, hmm. I guess letters don't mean that much to me, I suppose. They're great at communication, but other than that, really. But other than that, I'm not really, like, big into it, I suppose. Hmm. But didn't he have like 2 million subscribers? I wonder whether if he burned out or something like that. Unfortunately, I feel like there's a lot of YouTubers who end up just burning out. I wonder why that is. Such a shame too. Like, I'm not saying I was a fan of his content, but I mean he had solid content. There's no doubt about that. But it just seems to me that there's like a lot of YouTubers when they reach around that 2 to 5 million mark, they just suddenly vanish from the planet for a couple of months or almost a year. I don't know. That might be a little bit weird to me. That because I suppose, like, and I guess I might just be making a lot of assumptions here, but I assume that being a YouTuber is their dream job, right? So it feels sort of weird when they suddenly won't be mm, YouTubing anymore. For the cookie, pardon? I don't know. I think I'm probably gonna be making a gas farm just because I don't want, like, there's a lot of uh creeper farm designs, but the most efficient ones are always out on the water, and I was talking about I could just like make a mountain around it, but that also just seems like a lot of work to me. Ha, come on, that was so close. Alright, see you later, Sozel. Have a good one. Really? Gotta make sure that this is as tight as we can make it. Oh, I was just about to jump over there and fall down, but I managed to stop myself for once. Oh. Yeah, I know, I know, sick and tired of it too, but it's gonna have to be done, and then we can finally get on to some other content once we're done with it, though. Oh no, did they? Well, it is what it is. It is what it is. Again, we're not necessarily doing this for the subs or the likes. Well, I appreciate it, man. I appreciate it. Low lagging. Alright. We could probably do this a little bit faster if I were to just do one spot, like one end of these until I go up very, very far. But that, I think that would be less satisfying. Well, it would be more satisfying in the sense that we'd be done quicker, but I wouldn't get to have like this feeling whenever I fly away and look up on it that we're so close to finishing it. Like that wouldn't be my thought of it. Oh no. I have fallen. Luckily, I'm not that old, so I can still get up. Alright, well, I guess we go over here now. Oh, hold on. Like, would it be weird if I filled the entirety of the dragon's inside with, like, red concrete, terracotta, uh, maybe some orange terracotta and stuff? And oh wait, I should just have gone up. Mm. Well, I mean, I still appreciate it whenever I get one, so don't get me wrong. I do appreciate it. But I don't tend to worry myself about it too much, I guess. As I said, it is as it is. It is as it is, and it be like it do, and uh, it's not usually something I concern myself a whole bunch with. It is what it is. It be like it do. And of course, I mean, that's meant as a joke, because there's not a single bit of that that isn't wrong grammatically, but like the sentiment of it is not a joke, like just the wording. Not sure. Not sure where we're ever gonna fill the dragon. Um, it is mostly just gonna be an an artwork for my world, but hmm, I mean, we might fill it at some point with something, but I'm not sure what. Like in one stream, I was sort of joking about with making it anatomically correct, like making sure that uh, we put in a skeleton underneath it and made the made it look like you were flying inside of a dragon, right? Inside of an actual dragon, gave it a stomach, a sarcophagus, and heart, and all that sort of stuff. That would be sort of cool, I think. Then you could probably do some sort of redstone build that makes something pulsate through it that looks like blood. Like that could sort of be an interesting project to do. Um, and it could be a good way to test out some stuff that I have planned for the future too. But mm, I don't know. Well, there was a dark spot there, so let's just fix that. Well, I don't know. Yeah, I could probably just look at a picture of a snake, right? And use that as a reference. I don't think it would necessarily be that bad, but and it being a dragon and all, I suppose that some creative freedom with organs and such would I would be at liberty to take such freedoms. Um, but yeah, I do think that would be pretty much a nightmare building it, that kind of thing. But I do actually have something similar planned. Oh darn. Uh, for our main base that I've started envisioning it and trying to build a mental image for it, but I'm having some difficulties with that for a multitude of reasons. Okay, now we just get on to putting these down. Mm-hmm. It is. That is the general idea, exclusive. However, I'm still in doubt on whether or not I should make said Kraken um, whether I should give it an organic feel. So like it's almost alive, which means mm, like the way I've been thinking about it is like I haven't settled quite on the building blocks yet. Um, because at first I was thinking prismarine, right? That's the obvious one. It has sort of the perfect colors for it. The Kraken is supposed to be some sort of octopus squid thing, right? And a lot of octopus squid things can change color, or slightly anyway, which prismarine can, which I mean, that sounded like a good idea to me in my head, but then I was thinking, if I want to go with more of an organic feel, like maybe running some veins or something like that throughout the body of, or throughout the build of it on the inside, what blocks could I be using to give off a slow pulse that's not going to lag up my game? I realized, well, the only block that really does that would either be Skulk, which I don't think is going to work, or Prismarine. But that means I have to find a different base block for, well, the Kraken. And all I'm really left with there, I think, would be terracotta and tough blocks. Because I need it to be look sort of dirty, right? Are we out of glass? We're out of glass. Oh, the horror. And but we are gonna do a few things between the dragon and the kraken. Like there's gonna be another few builds coming in. Don't you worry. Like that's I'm gonna absolutely crash if I don't do something different from the dragon after this. And so it's not just gonna be kraken or dragon straight into kraken. That would be. I think that might actually just rip my mind apart if I try to do that. Like I think I'd grow bored with the world. So we're gonna have to do some things after this, and I think that's gonna be in regards to exploring all the 1.20 content so we can move up to 1.21. Like it's been a long time overdue anyway. So I think that's like the next big move. Is getting that to work. Nah, I think my oh, I'm probably gonna get shit for this, but right, paint. And I'm just gonna be using shapes, I think. So if we make a green shape, where do I have like? If we have like a okay, I didn't allow. All right there. So right, if this is the island area where we're currently at, that would mean that. Oh wait, sorry. Fine. That would mean that we have the main island here and sort of the dragon island there, right? That's where the dragon is circling around. That means that all of the white you see out here is water. I sort of wanted to do like um, a feel where we have uh, come on, go away please, thank you. There's sort of some ripple effect in the water. Not quite sure how I'm gonna do that in the game yet, but if I then were to put in like a small mouth opening, um, where we would have some teeth coming out, just sticking straight up, which would be our entrance, then it'd be quite easy to just put a bunch of tentacles around here, sort of coming out of the water. If that makes sense. Sticking up. Yeah, exactly. Sort of having the water be all swirly around here. Oh, wait. So that's not freeform, this is? No. Wait, what? Can I not just get freeform, please? Yes. Like having the water swirl in down and have a whirlpool that runs around it, I suppose. If that makes sense. That all condenses down into like the beak of the Kraken, which would be our entrance to the base. But I mean, there's still like a lot of thought going into that, how I would do that, especially since I sort of want to do uh, mm, a, a Guardian farm inside of my new mega base too, because like just getting a bunch of those blocks and having them easily accessible there sounds like a sort of a nice thing to me. But I think in order to do that, I would have to mess about with, like, I would have to remove almost all of the water and make an artificial um, whirlpool with solid blocks. Um, and like we could make the Kraken hold a ship if we wanted to in one of the tentacles, but I think that's sort of just a side piece that we might do. Because I think like it's gonna be, if I want to have a Guardian farm attached to the Kraken and make a whirlpool, I'm gonna have to figure out a way to make the water disappear and still feel like we have a whirlpool, which right now is sort of where my brain is getting stuck. Someone better at building than me might be able to execute that idea, but I'm gonna have to look a little bit into how people have made artificial water in Minecraft or something like that. Because we gotta make like white foam, we gotta make it seem like it's like the Kraken has come out of the water for whatever reason, and that might actually, maybe a big ship is needed first for like giving the Kraken a reason to be out. So it could be tearing apart a huge ship and its tentacles far, far above the water, but it would mean that I would have to empty out a piece of ocean that is absolutely huge. Like it would have to be close to 250 by 250. Hey Aaron, how are you, man? Good seeing you, man. You haven't been in so much lately, so I'm happy to see you whenever you do have time. Ah, right. Hopefully nothing too bad. I mean, being sick is always bad, but hopefully nothing life-threatening. I guess is what I'm trying to say. Are you feeling better now, though? It might have. Mm, what message did you send? Try sending it again, and then you can see whether it gets filtered. I suppose it's the only way for us to check it, whether or not it did get filtered away. Oh my god. No. I know that's a very harsh answer, but no. Um, you see, when I have the tools to do something bigger, and now I speak from experience, right? I end up using them, and I use them to the fullest of their extent, right? So, like we got world edit for this, right? And we messed about in our world edit for 10 minutes, right? For 10 minutes, and that's the reason why this is a 50-hour build, not a 20. Um, I cannot contain myself when it comes to using tools. When I use a tool, I use it to its full extent, and Axiom is even better at doing things large scale. So if I bring in Axiom, the build is gonna go from, well, it's gonna look even nicer, sure, but it's also gonna go from what I would suspect 100 to 200 hour uh, base build, like just building the base, not gathering the materials for it at all, to like a 400 to 600 hour build. And I'm not sure I'm ready for that. While it would be cool, I'm not sure I have the sort of perseverance I need to do that. Yeah. So it's the reason why I'm being so dismissive about it is because I think it would actually break my want to play Minecraft. Because I also have a tendency to go, well, if we're doing something, then we're gonna continue until we're done with it. And especially if we're sort of making our new mega base, or making our mega base, it's gonna be very, very difficult not to. Well, break down, and I have to do it, I guess. I have not to. Words, I weren't using them, sorry. Um, it would be very difficult not just to go all out and make sure that everything is perfection. And it would be very difficult to stop myself, so I would just work on it for 600 hours. And yeah, I simply just don't think that's a good idea. Before I've sort of gotten the hang of, it's alright to have a build, to have a build on a couple of things at a time, rather than just one. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Couple of hundred, couple of thousand. Like the amount of glass panes that I haven't put in on the inside. Let me just show you. Like at least that's one of the things that I'm really pleased about this. is that we're not actually going to need all 144,000 glass panes. Because there's a lot of glass panes in here. Like, would you look at this? That are just sort of hovering about. I am guessing that there's almost 20,000 glass panes just on the inside of the dragon. So, missing a couple of hundred glass panes is not really a worry of mine. Though it does look pretty in here with all the glass panes like this. Like, don't get me wrong, I actually kind of like it. And it does sort of feel like there's swirling energy inside of the dragon, but eh. I shouldn't pay too much attention to it, I think. Like, the inside of the dragon is secondary. But this confuses me so much, and that we're getting close to the rock here. Oh wait, are these getting close to actually connecting up? I think they might be. Jesus Christ, that's going to be a huge thing when they start connecting up. Because then we're just going to be working on 2 parts of the dragon instead of 4. That's going to be so cool. Oh my god, I can't wait for that. Up. Yeet. Right. Those parts are never going to connect up. Oh wait, I am working on just 2 parts. Huh. It seems that this build has started giving me amnesia. That's concerning. In its own right. Hmm. You like pixel art story adventure games more than oh hmm hmm how do I feel about that? Do I agree with that statement? Maybe sometimes I do, but Mm, like there's a... I don't know. I guess... Uh, part of what I like about the pixel art is that, or like the third person 2D sort of games, except they have become 3D over time, but it's what they evolved from. Where it's just like pretty basic graphics and you can move up and down the screen, or you have a few attacks, and they're usually single player. I think they do have an allure. I do quite like them too. However, there are just certain things that they aren't able to do. And like one of my favorite games of all time is Skyrim, right? While the graphics isn't necessarily awesome in Skyrim, they're still pretty good, like considering how old the game is. Um, mm, but I get what you're saying at least. Like it's but I wouldn't. Mm, mm, I guess they depend very much on my mood, which one I like better. I wonder how long it's going to take before these two connect. Because when they start connecting, we're only going to be working on one dragon. My god. Wait, actually? Are we finishing up this bit? We are, aren't we? My god, there's not going to be a lot of layers left on this. Wow. That means we're just going to be working on that, and that for a little bit. Oh yeah, I guess, but... Yeah, Minecraft is, but... Mm. I know when we're talking like pixelated games, I think more Terraria than I do Minecraft. But boy, if I could go back in time, right? I wouldn't invest in Tesla or Bitcoin or anything like that. I'd just I'd go over to Notch and say, "Hey, dude, would you like uh X amount of money? Like this is all I have. Let me have a couple of your shares." Like I might not be rich, even if I get back to this point in time. I might not be super rich, but I just don't see, unlike Tesla and all that sort of stuff, I don't see Minecraft ever slowing down because it's, I know, essentially the perfect game, right? Where you have the perfect mix of freedom and creativity to play the game however exactly the way you want. Which is this is gonna sound wrong, but it's such a turn on for me that Minecraft is a sandbox as it is. I think that's absolutely amazing. Hmm. I don't know. If we could go back in the past, of course, I would also buy some Bitcoin while I was at it. But imagine if that was an option. Imagine if that's what happens when we die. Instead of that, we're sent back to an instead of heaven, we're just sent back to an alternate reality with our knowledge. And all of this is just our first playthrough world. How cool would that be, yeah? Like having that sort of perspective on life. I guess that would also sort of encourage you to learn as much about the world as you absolutely can, if that is the case. So you can take advantage of it in the next level, in your next playthrough. Although it would probably also be a terrible curse knowing what's going to happen and not being able to stop it. Oh, existential questions, eh? Really? Can I not get back up? Well, no, but he did own it back in the day. Meaning that I could still have bought shares of him. Right? Like, I'd throw money at it as it was in a development, beta, whatever. Just go, yo, dude, I think there is infinite potential here. Or I could go out and become the new Donald Trump, buy Greenland. Oh my god. Well, I think it's too late. I don't think you can make anything that can compete with Minecraft. Like, that might just be blind arrogance, I guess, from my side. But I honestly don't think, like, I think Minecraft has managed to do what Lego did, right? And they're also very similar in a sense, right? But I don't like Lego doesn't really have any competition. Like, they do have people who do a sort of the same thing they do, but they are not really considered competitors, right? And it's just because they've been here in the game for longer and they created the genre. So I don't think, even if it is Notch that creates a Minecraft 2, um, I don't think it would ever gather any traction, since Minecraft has already taken full ownership of the genre. No, wait, hold on. I'm saying you go back in time to a previous self. I'm not saying you're allowed to bring money from today. Besides, that wouldn't work. Right? if you walk up to if you go back to the 1700s and let's say do as you said, buy a property, right, for 20 cents of your today's money, they would look at you and go, "What the hell is this coin? Like, what the fuck are you doing, man?" Like, they wouldn't have a clue, because that wouldn't be the actual thing, unless you went out of your way to buy 1700 coins, because you knew you were going to travel back to that exact time period. And so, I mean, I feel like you're trying to cheese the scenario here. Like my scenario was you die at the ripe age of X, um, and instead of going to heaven, you or whatever your religion believes in, instead of going there, um, you are simply sent back in time for a do-over. Uh, so you're reborn into the same body as the same person with the same parents and everything else, with your memories intact. I don't think it would like I don't think it would be particularly easy getting rich even if you know the future, because all right, then you start working as a 12-year-old, and then you have to ask your mom or parents to buy some Bitcoin for you, right? Supposedly, right? Because you need a credit card. You could also buy it as soon as you get a credit card, but mm, I don't think it would be as easy to just stock up on money. I suppose if you are a big soccer fan or like a generally big sports fan, you could make some wild bets that Usain Bolt will break the world record in sprinting at this age and this or this blah 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 blah. Which probably wouldn't be very good odds anyway, because I mean he was breaking his own records time and time again during those years. So, well, yeah, reincarnation, I guess, I suppose, but not as in reincarnation into another person. Like you wouldn't be reincarnated as a new child. You'd be reincarnated as you, just uh, minus all the years that you have just lived. So if you died at the age of 90, then you'll be reborn as you, but as 0 years old, and it's just 90 years ago. Hmm. I don't know. And then you would have to have the drawings. You'd have to have a very exact memory of the things and such. I don't think. Unfortunately, even with the premise that time travel is possible, I don't think it's easy getting rich, unfortunately. I think it's always going to be like a hell of a lot of hard work for whoever tries to do it. Hmm. But The Simpsons did make a lot of predictions that have somewhat come true. Then again, in 1,000 episodes where they constantly work with the idea of time travel, uh, not constantly, but often enough, or not time travel, but changing times, future, they're bound to get something right. And some prophecies are just self-fulfilling, right? So I think that's like if we're talking about the like Trump coming down the escalator, or I'm sure that Trump himself knew exactly what he was doing while he was doing it, because it's just good publicity. And it's sort of a self-fulfilling prophecy, because then people are going to be like, oh my god, do you recognize what Trump did? He came down that escalator and he just waved at everyone like he did in that episode of The Simpsons where he won the election. Right. So, I mean, it's sort of a self-fulfilling prophecy. And if we're talking about the God particle, well, to be fair, there was already people who had written that exact equation, so they just had to pick one of the guys who thought they figured it out there, and then write it down. So it's, I mean, it is freaky to a sense, but or in a sense, but I don't know. I think people are being a little bit too conspicuous about it. Like 90% of this stuff that The Simpsons so-called predicted were either self-prophesized or just very likely that. Alright, see you later. I've already been going for 2 hours. Jesus Christ. Would you look at this? We're making some good progress right now. It's kind of heavy on the glass panes in this area though, but that's fine. And we are placing down some extras, I do know that, but like again, we have more glass panes than we need. Yeet. I wonder whether we can finish this up before 1850. It might be, they want 1850, it might be slightly difficult, but as long as we finish that up before day 2000, I'm going to be pretty happy with the progress that we made. Seems like we might as well get some more glass panes. While we're up here. Perfect. Let's just refill in all our stuff here. 2. Making sure that we're in a spot where we can just continue building all the way down. Oh, have we made? No, we haven't made it yet, have we? But we will on the next one. That's wild. That's wild. Ah, wasted rocket. Hmm. Wow, really? Really? I actually have to search something up real quick. Hmm. Hmm. Oh, really? Come on. Come on, Joe, you're being embarrassing now. We gotta be able to do this. It's not that difficult. Have I really placed all of these? I guess it's just over here then. Have I already placed all of these too? What the hell's going on? Why am I so confused? I guess we just level up then. Yeah. Huh. Oh, neat. We're just gonna pop one of these here, because that's gonna brighten that up enough, considering the light runs there. I don't think there's ever going to be an issue here, but we'll just chuck one down anyway. To make sure that everything is lit up nicely. But darn, would you look at that. It actually looks kind of incredible when you just like look at the inside of it. spotting out some darkness. We gotta make sure that that becomes spawn proof. Would you look at this though? We're closing up this hole, which means this is gonna start becoming just glass panes in a very soon. Which is gonna be such an improvement, like, to how quickly we're gonna be able to build this. That the entire backside of this build is done. Like, that's gonna be so nice. No, we're still a fair amount away from that, so like, let's not get too excited, but that could be the goal for today, to finish up this back area here. Then the goal for tomorrow can be to finish up the back area over there. Because I don't think this is so much taller. Well, it might be. Might be, considering they're still pretty far away from each other. Though I guess this is just one of the moments where you have to turn off your brain and just continue going. Although when I turn off my brain I tend to fall a lot more, so... Like, let's try for a bit and just zone out and do our thing. We're out of glass again. How's the elytra doing? Kinda low. Kinda low. I guess we'll just fill our inventory with the glass so that it's quick and easy to come back here. And then we'll deal with the rest afterwards. Refill all the way on this, making sure that we're as full as possible, so that we simply just have to fly back once we exit from the area. Actually, let's just get to 272 while we're at it. Just gonna set this for 1500. It's weird how they come through in waves like this. Alright, that should also be long enough for me to just have a little bit of fun here. Do we have any shockers? Yeah, we do. Nice. So whenever we do need gold, we have 3 shulkers of nuggets at our disposal. We're probably gonna get more, because we do need to repair fairly often on the elytra here. Is there a statistic that can show us how far we've flown? My God. 1,726 kilometers. I know it's more, but what's the circumference of the Earth? 40,000. Alright. So we've thrown 1/40th around the planet. Or almost 2/40th around the planet. That's pretty wild. That's like 5% almost. We've almost flown 5% around the planet with the amount of flying we've been doing so far. At some point that's gonna exceed it by a lot if we continue to stay alive, that is. Hmm. Hmm. And over here. And then afterwards we run by with glow lichen. The area I'm most afraid of is this here. So I'm always just going to make sure that that's fully lit up, since it has the potential to spawn in creepers and stuff at all times. Since there is actually something above it. Now we are being very thorough with all of the light that we have around here, but I don't know, I'd get so upset if something were to spawn in and just blow up our glass planes. How? Hmm. Oh, alright, unable to jump. We'll try that again then. I'm actually afraid that there's gonna be a lightning strike on the dragon. So let's just get a rod here. Well, let's actually get a couple more rods. 5 should be plenty. Ah, that's not what I wanted. Oh well. Oh well. So we start here. Get away from it before we're struck by lightning. Can you see? You've been struck by, you've been hit by a smooth criminal. Bada bada bum bum, bada bum bum, bada bum 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 bum. I'm just gonna be placing these around here, just to make sure, because I'm not sure how big the radius is on a lightning rod, but I know for sure I don't want it hitting my dragon. That is quite dramatic though. That light. So if I stand here, can I get all of the lightning rods in view? Oh. Oh. That's so cool though. Because that should catch pretty much all of the lightning, right? Okay, now we do need to hit that platform down here. No matter what. No overshooting it or anything like that. Because otherwise we're not getting back up here again, and our fireworks are in this chest, so. But now that that has been dealt with, I no longer have to fear the potential of a lightning strike hitting the acacia or any of the wool, spreading throughout the build, making tons of holes in it. That would be the worst thing that could happen. Welcome back. I was wondering, you did say be right back, and I figured, alright, so he's going to be back in 10, but it took a little bit longer. It's all good though, don't worry about it. I just did a little bit of research and found me a bunch of glass panes and put them down. So, I mean, you didn't really miss much in that sense. We've been doing the exact same thing that we've been doing for the last 20 odd hours. I'll get coffee from the store. Oh, right. No coffee at home. That's pretty rough, dude. Now I actually kind of want a cup of coffee. I shouldn't though. I shouldn't. So exclusive. I've been thinking, right? And it's actually like something I feel like I should have known considering my line of work. But lately, or a couple of days ago, a friend of mine mentioned that uh, Twitch had allowed YouTube streamers to double stream, right? So essentially, you stream on both Twitch and YouTube. Uh, and said friend said that there was this easy program that you could get that would essentially set it all up for you, and I've been wondering whether I should or not. What's your thoughts on it? Because I'm like, I guess like for like my pros for it is that it would expand the community, right? Hopefully. And I wouldn't mind making a little bit of money. Like, don't get me wrong. I keep saying that I don't do this for the money of the subs, and I don't, but I wouldn't mind getting some money for it, you know? Um, but I don't know. Yeah, right. I don't know. It's just a part of me thinks like when I think about it, compare it to sort of my own thoughts on the matter. I sort of feel greedy if I do. Um, and I'm not quite sure. Though I might end up doing it, but it's just I figured I wanted some of you guys' input on it, because well, it's also going to affect you, because then suddenly I'm going to be talking to probably a chat that you can't see. Well, I could probably integrate that on the screen like I've done it with the... Well, again, it's already worth it. Like, don't get me wrong. Like, I would have done all of this regardless of me streaming it or not. I just figured back when I started streaming, why not try and stream it and then see whether uh, some guys will join me in the design process and have a good time, sort of just talking a little bit. And that was sort of the original inspiration for it. Um, Whereas now it's like, okay, so now I actually have all of these things that I... Hey, Pickle. I guess I can get your input on it too while you're here. So, Pickle, a couple of days ago, and it's sort of embarrassing because it's something I definitely should have known within my line of work, considering I work with advertising on YouTube and Twitch, actually. But for a while now, Twitch has allowed people to double stream on, like for the longest time, Twitch didn't allow you to stream on YouTube if you were streaming on Twitch. Then you had to choose either. But recently, a friend of mine told me that that's no longer the case, and they showed me a program where it's easy to set up, and so I would also be streaming on Twitch at the same time as I am on YouTube. Uh, which, I don't know, something about it just feels a little bit wrong. I don't know, it feels greedy in a sense on more platforms. No, 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 I'm not. I'm considering it. Like the pros with it is that the community with a little bit of luck would likely expand a little bit. Um, and well, it wouldn't necessarily be for getting more content or anything like that. It's just it would be plainly for just having more of you guys in the chat and just sitting around and having a good time. I kind of like that, and I think the more people we are, the more fun it is for me at least to stream. But at the same time, I sort of feel like mm, I don't know how much of it is attached to the attached to an idea that I might be able to. Wait, what the? Oh, right, we're here. That's where we started. Might be attached to the, I don't know, pipe dream, fantasy that I could make a little bit of money off it, and then it suddenly just starts feeling a little bit greedy, you know. And I don't particularly like that line of thought. Because if I wanted to make a little bit of money, Twitch would be, well, way better than YouTube, at least here in the beginning. Mhm. Mhm. Yeah, and Twitch is better for streaming, like let's say, because I don't plan on producing videos. Though I have considered making a short, but I just really don't want to edit. I already do that for a living. So I really just don't want to. Like, it wouldn't be difficult, but I don't want to spend my time. I spent 5 hours a day editing, 5 hours a day like coming up with strategies, and then I come home and stream, and I don't want to stream less so I can edit more. Like, ugh. So that's sort of why I haven't been producing videos or anything like that, or shorts even. But shorts, I guess well, they're first of all they're short. Ah, all right. Well, thank you for checking in though, Pickle. I appreciate it, man. I really do. Let's fill up on materials. Like, so it's, I know it's sort of a conundrum to me whether or not I should be going into the whole Twitch business. Hmm, but I don't know. Maybe. Maybe. I'm still sort of dicey on it. Oh, yeah, that too. But on the other note, I never called myself family friendly. I say that I try to be, but the channel isn't necessarily family friendly. Besides, I'm not really too worried about what. And it's like Twitch chat can get a lot more weird. I know for that for sure. I have a couple of close mates who stream on Twitch, and they do quite well on it. They're exclusively Danish though, streamers. So I don't know. It's just I don't know. I'm having sort of difficulties deciding whether or not it's a good idea or not. Because I find it hard to sort of reconcile with myself, but at the same time, I do think it's a lot more fun when there are more people watching. So, I mean, it's one way of solving it without having to put in more effort necessarily. I know, I know. Look, oh, is there a hole here? Excuse you. I absolutely know that Twitch is on a different level than YouTube, but in regards to both toxicity and randomness from chat, YouTube is pretty nice and laid back, which I kind of like because I don't know. I think my general style, and correct me if I'm wrong, if you view it differently, then that's probably more what it is. But I feel like my style is pretty calm and laid back, as where a lot of other guys are. Mm, very excited and very loud. I do get loud every now and then when I fall and I start melting down from the pain of putting down glass panes, but usually I'd say I'm pretty laid back in regards to it. Well, I guess I'll just have to try and either I should just do it for the heck of it and then see how it goes, or I should just I don't know. I could probably put out a poll into Discord asking what people think. Just because it would affect you guys too, right? Because it would probably mean that there are a certain amount of chat you wouldn't be able to see when you're watching me on YouTube. Um, so it would seem like I'm talking more to myself than I am to chat sometimes in YouTube. But it's difficult. Because I can't quite predict the consequence that would have for this community. That there are going to be more people that aren't, where you guys won't be able to respond as promptly as you can in chat here. Like, I think that's my biggest worry with it, that there would be feel more of a disconnect between me and you rather than it adding on to the community, which would be the idea with it, but I'm not sure that's going to be the actual case. It being Twitch and all. Hmm. Well, back in, like, for the longest time, it was because, well, I was Still under the impression that Twitch didn't allow you to stream anywhere else when you were on Twitch. Uh, and I don't necessarily like Twitch as a company. Like they screw over a lot of their streamers. Um, so there's also that, but then again, I'm not doing that. I wouldn't be doing it to make money or to increase my like. And it's the money department where people are getting screwed over by Twitch. And I wouldn't be doing it to make money, so I like that wouldn't probably matter a lot to me. Uh, but I don't know. I don't know. Lately, I've been more and more in doubt whether if I could make a streaming career work. Like, don't get me wrong, I absolutely adore my job. But would I be happier if I could do streaming for full time? And like half a year ago, I definitely just dismissed it. But I must admit, every now and then nowadays, I sort of look forward to just coming home and streaming more than I do going to work in the morning, you know. But I don't know whether that would change if I was obligated to start streaming every day, you know. Whether that would be a bad choice. Whether or not that might change my perspective, I have yet to sort of visualize. Because then suddenly I would be forced to try and grow my channel, and then I'd have to start doing things I don't necessarily like to do or think are appropriate on stream. Yeah. They have indeed. Like it is a fairly recent development, so but then again, like I work in advertising for both YouTube and Twitch. I feel like it's something I should have caught somewhere, and I probably did. I probably just when I read about it the first time, I probably just filtered it out in my head because mm, it's not very relevant for advertising whether or not that's allowed. Of course, there is an avenue you could choose and make money off it, but in regards to advertising, but I suspect I probably just went, nah, it's not interesting. Not something I'd suggest my customers doing. So I probably knew somewhere, at least, like I wasn't super surprised when I was told that you could stream on both platforms, but mm, now that it's sort of a relevant or could potentially be relevant for me, I think a lot about it. No, 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 no. I'm not talking right now. I'm not talking right now at all. Don't worry, dude. While I do have money enough to sustain myself for, I don't know, 6 or 7 years, um, I don't plan on retiring. Like, if I retire from my current job, it's only going to be because I make money that are more than. It doesn't need to be more than like I don't care much about money. I have money and like they aren't going anywhere. But if I at some point could get to a point where I wouldn't lose money from quitting my job and then just doing this full time, then maybe I would consider making it into a career more. But if that's the case, then I think I'd be just as well off if I were to. Uh, Hold on, shulkers are messing with my brain. Is everything good here? Yes. Okay, good. Like it would. I'm not thinking about quit my job whatsoever. Like it's that would be a pretty bad decision. That being said, however, if that ever were to become a reality or a chance for a reality, I would probably have to start making moves towards it, as in, for an example, cross streaming on multiple platforms. Yeah, I know, I know. Well, not necessarily. You can live off just streaming, and it just takes longer. And I don't mind the just the wait. I don't mind just waiting for a long time. But yeah, you're right. It would require me editing videos, but I don't know. I might just pay it off, like pay someone to do it, so I don't have to waste my time doing it, you know? That way I can continue doing what I like. I mean, that would also be the ideal, right? If I can make a little bit of money off this, then just have all the proceedings going to whoever edits my videos. If I wanted to go down that route. But again, there's still plenty of time to make any decision in regards to that, but I guess it would be a good decision to try and figure out whether I even would want to do Twitch on the side. Can't really see what harm there should come from trying it out, but I don't know, it bugs me out. Not as much as falling down this, though. This bugs me out way more. Oh. Come on, I should be able to reach that. I do. Well, like the thing is, like it started out as I don't want to make money off it, like, or rather, I don't care about the money, and I have enough money for that matter. Um, so I'm like not driven to try and make it work for greed. If I'm driven to make it work, it's for the better of my community, right? Or rather, you guys that are around and watches my videos. Whenever I make any improvements on it, it's like on my stream, let's say, for example, adding the chat or adding notifications of some sort. It's all based on the idea that that's going to be more interesting for you guys, not on the idea that if I do this X, then I would be able to make money off it. That being said, of course, I mean, making money is always nice. And I am having a lot of fun streaming. And lately the thought has been sort of, well, if I could do it full time, would I? Previously I would have said just no, but I don't know, it's becoming more and more appealing, but in that case I do need to make some money from it. And that does clash with my ethical code on how I envisioned I wanted to do this sort of thing. Because I can't ever see myself, at least not right now, but then again, I never saw myself envisioning that maybe it would be fun doing this full time. Making those, like, I survived X amount of days in hardcore Minecraft on an island, on a deserted island. I could never see myself doing that sort of thing. Because, I don't know, I don't think I find that content very fun to play myself. Although, I do find it fun enough to watch, but I do think that that's a money-driven goal more than it is a I just have fun doing this sort of thing. Hmm. Yeah, exactly. Like that's also what I'm telling myself in my head, but I don't know. It feels like an excuse to try and exploit like, cause again, like, look, I work with channel growth and all that sort of stuff for businesses, and I know how to exploit the market. I know exactly what I would need to do in order to exploit and grow myself. Um, and I have the necessary skills to do so. That being said, it's that like I don't think I would be able to separate those things. Right? If I take YouTube seriously, then I would start exploiting metrics and thumbnails and all that sort of stuff. And it's just, well, then it doesn't feel like it's for the community anymore. But if it's just Twitch streaming, then I wouldn't be producing videos. But is that in reality just a gateway drug? I don't know. Uh, and that sort of like whenever I make decisions, I try to envision like to go as far as I can in like a mental landscape of it, of how I would imagine it would be. And I don't fully trust myself on that spectrum not to just take full advantage. Because having the knowledge and not using it also feels kind of wrong, you know? Well, we'll see. We'll see. I'll continue pondering a bit, and then maybe one day, maybe soon, maybe never, who knows? I'll say either, nah, you know what? Forget it. This is not gonna happen because, I mean, don't care much for it. Or I'm gonna go, fuck it. What's the worst that can happen? And just commit. But until then, I'm gonna remain skeptic towards myself before I take that plunge. I have to figure out with my own self-interests whether or not I deem Twitch to be a gateway drug, I guess, and what that would entail. Like, would it be just bad that I spent more time and more effort on YouTube and Twitch? Maybe not. Would it be more bad than good? I don't know. And that's sort of where I am on it, I think. I think that's sort of my approach to it. One, two, three, four. But I think, like, the essence of it, I think you're pretty much right. Like, there shouldn't be anything wrong with me taking a hobby a little bit more serious, I think. Well, I am flattered. I am flattered. If nothing else. Don't try to risk me up, dude. You're making me blush. It's funny. I've also, like, an unexpected side effect of streaming is my language evolving, becoming more uh, uh, Gen X, Alpha, Beta, whatever you're gonna call them, right? Becoming more, well, like that, and I'm unsure whether or not I'm a fan of that development, but like using words like Riz, like Jesus Christ, what am I, 12? But still, I don't know. It's a unforeseen development, and I'm not sure I'm fully opposed to it, but at the same time, I'm like, what the hell? When did that word suddenly become a part of my vocabulary? I cannot speak. So I guess we're just not gonna finish that sentence. What's an English tongue twister? I can't remember any English vocabulary. There we go. Well, I guess that's... We finished the sentence 6 minutes later than we started it, but we finished it. Well done, me. Well done. I feel like I should have been sprint jumping there, but I clearly wasn't. Riz? I don't know. Now I actually like now when I think, uh, I every now and then think like, oh my God, that's terrible, Riz, and then I sort of catch myself in that, and I'm like, holy moly, dude, you're like a dad trying to be hip with the young people now. I think to myself, what a wonderful world, and then I think, oh my God, but why am I appropriating dumb language? So that's sort of how it became a part of my okay. Jesus Christ, that word! That word and I do not agree today. Not risk, but vocabulary. I have a 30% success rate at pronouncing it. That's pretty bad, y'all. I should be ashamed. How long have we been going for? 3 hours? I guess we'll go for now about another hour. Just building this thing. My brain is sort of tired after work, but I actually feel in pretty good shape right now. So I think I'll try and stretch it for as long as I can, but no guarantee that that's going to be for much longer though. Alright, let's get some glow liking onto this guy. Jesus, we've come far though. I'm actually super happy with all of this progress here. You know what I'm not super happy about? My ability to just jump straight off an edge. I don't know, man. I guess it, I get why kids become iPad kids. I get it. Like, I get why parents allow it. I 100% get why parents allow it. I'm not saying I would allow my own kid to do it, but I 100% get why Because it's fun, it's engaging, it's everything you want your kid to have, right? An exciting sort of life that, uh, like, it's an easy way to give a kid an exciting life, or what at least the kid thinks is exciting. And as a parent, why wouldn't you want to give your child that? I absolutely get why it happens. Personally, I think it's a little bit short-sighted, but that's just how it is, right? And also, it's a great way for parents to get a small break by just handing them an iPad. But it is trading away a few select things that you should be experiencing as a child. Like, you don't necessarily want to have a strong kid, right? If it's not needed. If your kid doesn't need to be strong, you don't, like, why would you, like, want to make them strong? Because you only become strong by experiencing bad stuff, or stuff that annoyed you, or weren't necessarily nice. That's what makes you stronger as a person. And why would you want your child to experience things that make them unnecessarily strong in this world? So I absolutely get it, but at the same time, it's also, well, we want strong people because strong people make the world go around. Well, to be fair, uh, like, don't judge the kids on what they necessarily say, because we did the same thing. Like, while you might be, I wouldn't say offended by uh, kids' language today, I'm sure a lot of people were offended by our language as kids. At least I know for a fact that, like, like back in the day when I was a kid, we used to do that dumb thing where you would, like, hit your fingers together and they would go slap, 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 right? Whenever, I don't know, for whatever reason, I don't know why, we would do it. Um, like we were trying to shake something off the tip of our fingers. Like, that's probably our version of skibbity toilet, or whatever you said it was, he said, your nephew. And our language was a lot more foul, at least where I was from. Like, I think kids are actually more well behaved word wise today than they were back when I was young. That doesn't mean that they aren't rude as hell, but I think it's like the whole back in my day sort of line of thought is somewhat flawed. Back in my day, we were always nice and did what our parents told us, and we never did anything wrong, and we were wonderful kids, and we could do math in our heads and blah 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 blah. Right? Well, that's some of the examples that we could use, right, against some of the younger generations. But then again, like, or what we could say, but it wouldn't be true. And the older and our parents' generation or our grandparents' generation would be able to say the exact same thing about us. Yeah, I know, I know. I think it sounds stupid as hell too, but I don't think there is necessarily any merit to me saying that, because uh, all right, smoke weed 420, pew pew, right? Wasn't that some of the things that the uh, Isn't that Gen X's versions of skibbity, bibbity, bobbity, whatever, right? The generation, my generation was millennials. We were, uh, what were our words? Oh, that might be difficult to realize. What was my words? My weird, made-up, dumbass words. Yes, I'm sure there were some. Like, let's be real. Like, there 100% were some words that shouldn't have been uttered from. Mm, I don't know. It's probably because I'm not American, so nothing like jumps to mind. Like if I was American, there might be some more stereotypical things I could say, but like having to think about it as a Danish person might be a little bit different. Or well, as a non-American type, I suppose is a better wording for it. And we complain about kids being on YouTube and TikTok all the time, and how we're Gen X and the youngest part of the millennials better with Vine, right? That's just TikTok, just less. Uh, I would say Vine was actually better than TikTok currently, but I don't know. That's probably just a nostalgic thing to think. In reality, it was probably the exact same thing. Vine was probably what inspired whoever created TikTok to create TikTok. Hmm. Before we fly over, let's go get a bunch on. Well, there's no shame in being a millennial or anything like that, dude. Don't don't worry about not being from another time. Like, geez, dude, don't worry. One, two, three, four. One, two, three, four. One, two, three, four, five. Okay, that's what we had wrong there. Oh, we're finally done with that one. It's been so long since we finished up a shulker, I feel like. It seems like we've actually gotten to the bottom of the face now. Here, over here. That's pretty wild. That's nice, dude. I suspect that it's probably because he was proud, right? Like, not anything because he was, I don't know, hit by a car or something like that. I suppose it was because he was happy and proud of you, right? Before I... White terracotta? Hell no. Oh yeah, right, I didn't correct that, so we're gonna run into that issue a few times. Fine, I'll put one down there. That's nice, dude. Always very emotional when, especially if you have like the stoic type dad, when they show a overwhelming amount of emotion, or an emotion that overwhelmed them. It's always sort of like a big thing. Bibibus? No, I have no idea. I suspect that it's probably some medical exam that gives you the license to become a surgeon or whatever. I don't know. But I suppose it's medical school, university, thingy bob ish, right? Do correct me if I'm wrong, though. Like, Jesus Christ. Hmm. Ah, right. So I was, generally speaking, right, correct. At least I wasn't far off. That's what we're gonna call it. I wasn't far off. Entry level surgery. Exam passed, I guess. We could also call it. Probably allowing you to participate in certain events related to surgery, or observe, or maybe even participate in it. Assist, isn't that what they call it in English? Again, I wouldn't know. Again, all my knowledge is from The Good Doctor and Grey's Anatomy. So, I mean, now that if you're becoming a surgeon, then please do stay away from planes, cars, and crowded places and big cities and all that sort of stuff. You shouldn't be in it because, I mean, it's gonna crash with you inside of it, and then you're gonna have to live 4 weeks unless you're a side character. I don't know, like I've actually just started watching The Good Doctor, and like just out of kicks because it's actually well received and all that sort of stuff, and I feel like it was less of a drama than Grey's Anatomy. And to be fair, I watched Grey's Anatomy with my mum. That's why I watched it, not because I was particularly interested, but she was, and I don't know, whatever makes mums happy makes me happy to a degree. So that was sort of the approach with that. But the Good Doctor actually seemed kind of alright up until like the last episode I saw where he was, I don't know, one of the characters was taking a picture of him and he was standing on top of a log and he fell like 20 centimeters and dislocated his foot, which cut off the uh, the blood to his foot, so some non-surgical person had in the middle of a forest, so they couldn't call for help. And I don't know, that just seemed a little bit far-fetched. Like that was so unnecessary. Sure, there had been not a lot of medical stuff in that particular episode, but like falling 20 centimeters and dislocating your foot, cutting off any circulation from the arterial veins, seems seems like an extremely unlikely scenario. And then he just had to get drunk on tequila, and then she could cut into him. That seems so far-fetched. I don't know, yeah, probably. But I mean, I wouldn't know whether that would actually be like. Of course, he's not like if we had someone who was as autistic as Sean, be a surgeon. I don't know whether they like they. Of course, they wouldn't be a supercomputer like Sean is, where he just knows everything and everything about everything. And if it has ever been used in a surgery within the last 99 years, he knows it. Like I doubt that that's the case. That he would be like just a supercomputer, an autistic person doing it. But uh, but I could be convinced to believe that Sean is uh, more of a like that the acting of a autistic person mm, that is as severely autistic as he is. Well, he's still functioning, but barely, right? Um, would be whether or not that's an accurate portrayal of how they would work in that sort of environment. I I have a hard time predicting that, but I could believe it if you told me that that was spot on, and I'd go, all right, fair. Seems so far that he has had some character growth, not a bunch, though, but again, I think that's fine compared to like a lot of the other medical shows out there where they go through where you watch them not grow for uh, throughout their entire careers. I don't know. That's more unbelievable to me than an autistic person becoming a surgeon. Although I have heard that he supposedly starts regressing and like at some point he just peaks and never learns anything again. So I suppose I have that to look forward to. I'm only on like season 3, so I suppose there's going to be a lot of headache going forward into that series, but I'm too invested now. I am too invested now. Mm, I suppose phantoms will start spawning soon too here. Would a mob switch fix phantoms? I don't actually know. I don't know. I used to watch House too. While quite enjoyable, he's a hag. Like, it's this. We're gonna pump him full of drugs. Oh wait, it wasn't that. But that means it can only be this. Haha, pump him full of these drugs. I mean, well, it's either cancer or autoimmune. Well, I mean, that might not be a wrong assessment, but uh, I don't know. I like House. I like the acting. I like the flair of the show, but Jesus Christ, I would be upset if House was my doctor or my child's doctor. I wouldn't let him touch him with a 5-foot pole for sure. Huh. I mean, no, I'm not gonna make a mob switch. That goes against my hardcore ethos. A mob switch is cheating. I will die with by those words. I think. I don't know. I have yet to have a creeper really blow up any of my nice stuff. And if I die in this world due to mobs, then I don't know. Would I then create a mob switch in the next one? And if so, does that mean if I'm gonna go back on my ethos anyway, why not just do it now and then be rid of phantoms? I mean, he is observant, that's for sure. Like somebody walks into a room and he's like, well, uh, you've been divorced for 8 years and you're clearly a alcoholic and you've been doing and you did meth 17 years ago and there we go, there's the phantoms. I can get away before they hit me. Yes. Class. Down. Yes. I'm so fast. I am speed. Wait, how many rockets do I have? 31. Good. Well, I don't think like I wouldn't want him to treat me if he has if you have stage 3 cancer. Like I wouldn't even want that because I mean that would be Wilson's. Isn't that what he's called? The other guy. Isn't he called Wilson? That would be his domain, and I don't really want some diagnostician looking at my third. Hey, Beyond Bosses, welcome. It's been a while. How are you, man? Has everything been good to you? I've been wondering where you were at, or rather, if you were all right. Because I mean, no, I'm not saying you have to look in. I'm not saying you have to check in and all that sort of stuff, but you used to, and then suddenly you were just gone for a while. But so it's nice seeing you again. We're currently working on the biggest project on in our world by far. Um, which, while it has its ups, it certainly also has its downs. Because, oh wait, I have two more. Oh, good. Because we are spending a lot of time on this build. I'm pretty good. I'm pretty good. I've been busy building, as you might be able to derive from this. We've sort of been doing the like a big Chinese dragon lately. Um, and I can just show you the progress on it. Well, we're still quite far away from the finished project, but well, we've actually come kind of close. How about what if we set it for all layers? I think we're starting to get pretty close. I'd say we're about 60% of the way there. And it's going to start becoming a lot quicker soon, as soon as we finish up this bit here. Because then I can focus on just getting that bit over, like getting these two bits over to each other. Yeah, I think we... Wait, what axis have I put this on? Is it supposed to be on the x-axis? No, it's not supposed to be on the x-axis. Y-axis, there we go. Well, we have been working very diligently towards the goal here, so I'm trying to spend my time as effectively as possible to get, well, this done, because, I mean, oh, it's starting to take a toll, let's put it that way, this build. So far, well, we were on 24 hours yesterday, and now we're plus 3 hours in. Just to build, not gathering the resources. The resources took 50 hours-ish, and so I suppose we're on 27 hours now of just building. Though I think I could actually dedicate almost an hour, maybe 2 of those, to just falling between these glass panes and like flying back up. It might actually be closer to 5 hours that we spent just doing that, and then trying to make our way up, find our way up. We sure have used a bunch of rockets too. Like a surprising amount of time is actually just spent like this, trying to come back up after I've fallen down from somewhere. But yeah, there's still I'd say 10, 12, 15 hours maybe ahead of us in this build. So I think it's going to be a small 40-hour build in that area, in the neighborhood of 40 hours. Small, I say. Well, I guess I have to start considering this small, considering that the plans I have for a mega base is going to take at least 100 hours just build-wise. Well, I mean, don't let me keep you up. You have a lot to do exclusive, but I mean, I appreciate the company, don't get me wrong. I really do. It's a lot more fun when I can just zone out of this. Get me out. And then sit and talk with you guys. I really like that. I wonder, should I have used diorite on the body, try to make like the belly of the dragon a little more light. I could probably have used diorite and calcite alongside some whites, some white concrete maybe, and no, white concrete might be a bit much. Maybe white terracotta. I could probably have gone that way. That would probably give more of a dramatic effect to the stomach. Wow, that's a compliment. There's a few things I love more than sleep, so I'll take that as a huge compliment, dude. Thank you. Alright, that should do it for light. So let's start with the glass. But beyond bosses, you want to see the finished result, because I actually do have like a creative copy of my hardcore world, so like you can see the full dragon in its full glory in there if you want to. But so let me just show you. I think we're inside of it right now. Oh yeah, we are. Well, we're just gonna have to fly out real quick then. Well, all of the glass isn't gonna be in here. That's just from the from using World Edit to sort of try and add glass to the top. Um, so we're not actually gonna see the glass in here, but we're. Uh, Huh, seems like I need more light in here too. Because I don't want things spawning in its mouth. And we're not going to have that mist there. But it's going to end up looking somewhat like this. Watching over the village. So in 1,000 days, pretty much, well, right now 700 days, we managed to make all of that, or pretty much the entirety of that island, plus the island up there, the beacon, and the dragon. I might redesign the beard too, because I think I can do better than that. But it sure as heck is one big build, isn't it? It is going to be one huge build. Though we're actually pretty close to being done with it, so I mean, I'm pretty happy with that, if nothing else. An Oscar. Well, I mean, I don't feel like I've done any acting here, but I appreciate the compliment, I guess. I guess if I were to take a picture of it, we could call it a Pulitzer. Is that not how it's pronounced? I think it sounds about right anyway. But a lot of hard work sure has gone into this after all. And I think it was yesterday I did a calculation of how much time we've actually spent in the world now, which turned out to be 1,700 or something hours. We're inching towards a 2,000 day world and a 2,000 hours spent. What do you mean? Well, this by far, I think. Like, I think this is by far the biggest singular build, the dragon here. I think the second biggest is likely the island up here. if you don't count the mountains, because they're built too, right? Although the skull could probably also be up there. The snow globe is also pretty big, though. We did this one for Christmas, which I actually think it turned out like kind of cute. I kind of like this one. Like it feels. I feel like it feels right to have that in here. I'm actually really happy with that snow globe. I'm gonna we're gonna continuously evolve that island, and put in well, themed builds of whatever time of year we're in. But I know the skull. Do I still have the schematic for the skull? The skull. No, that was only 60,000 items, 60,000 blocks. So the skull isn't actually that big. Yeah, I know, but like, this, like, I've gotten to a point where I have become good enough at reading chat and putting down glass panes. Um, at the same time, so like, or rather, I've become good enough at uh, putting down glass panes without falling all the time. To the point where I actually do have the extra bit of energy to keep up with chat. Whenever I'm building something new or have to think a whole bunch, my ability to read chat just goes way down. Like, I don't have the brain power. Multitasking. To, like, both respond in a well thought manner and, well, at least somewhat well thought manner, and have everything settled here too. It's sort of a what if I stand up here? Can I look down there? Okay, so now it's turned on. Good. I just had to make sure that. Why did I decide to do YouTube? Just for the fun of it, really. I figured, like a lot of my mates recommended that I should start streaming, and they recommended I should start streaming on Twitch, but I don't know. I didn't really feel like I wanted to engage much with Twitch and all that sort of stuff, which now sort of comes back to haunt me. But I decided to start on YouTube because it was super easy and convenient to do, right? It's just like I figured I'm gonna be building all this stuff anyway and challenging myself to make an old hardcore world. I've always liked the idea of having an old hardcore world, and I've had one get to 2,300 or ish days. And I thought, well, if I'm gonna try and beat that, I might as well try and stream it and see what people think. And maybe, if I'm lucky, I'm gonna have a couple of guys that checks in every now and then, and it doesn't really matter whether or not I'm streaming. It doesn't change the sort of things I would be doing, but it does sort of give me some satisfaction in now I've realized. Having people watch me and enjoy it, like it's super flattering. So I get some satisfaction from that now. And I've sort of mm, gotten a small community that supports and checks in, and that's super nice. So I started streaming because why not, and now I stream pretty much just because it's super fun having you guys around. I guess that's my most in-depth answer. Like if you're doing something anyway, then you might as well do it. Like if you're gonna be like, at least that's was my line of thought. If I'm going to be doing this anyway, right, regardless of me streaming or not, then why not try it out? Like there's no possible way that it could hurt me, I figured. So uh, like if I were to get a super toxic community following me, I could just go, well, I'm not gonna stream then. Um, and if I were to get a super nice community, then that'd just be super nice, and I've ended up getting the latter, right? So uh, I've been very fortunate in that sense. You got banned from what exactly? I think you're gonna have to be you're gonna have to be a little bit more. Give me a little bit more to go off here. Oh, you mean in PvP or something like that? I just need to remember who it is I'm talking about too here. Our foremost crystal PvPer in my community. Hmm. Ah, right, we're caught in between four panes of glass. How nice. I mean, that does sound like some sketchy stuff, gotta admit. That does sound kinda sketchy, exclusive. I kinda get her reaction then. Like, I would also be sort of uncomfortable if you went, well, you had oatmeal and milk for breakfast, and I would be like, that's nice, dude. How about you stay the hell away? That might be my reaction too, not gonna lie. Oh, did I forget some pins over here? Ah, it's the orange ones. I thought they looked purple there for a second. but I think it might also be close to the time in which we're gonna end the stream. Like, we've been almost gone for 4 hours. That's pretty long. Again, on top of a 12-hour workday, it's that's about as long as my brain can keep up with being halfway functional, at least in English. Like, that sort of breaks my brain. So I think we'll finish up this layer here, and then we'll probably just end stream from there. Oops. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Right, I have nothing in these. Okay. 1, 2. 1, 2. Right, we barely used any base materials, so I won't bother with filling those up. That, wow, that does seem sort of like an overreaction if you've been talking over voice chat for a while, but I don't know, man. I'm gonna reserve my right to say that maybe you've done something that you weren't aware of, or didn't pay much attention to besides that, and then that was probably just the final drop. Don't worry, I would tell you if you did anything that worried me or annoyed me. I would just tell you straight up, but I know women aren't particularly good at that in many situations, and especially streaming chicks. They're even worse at it. Conflict handling. Well, yeah, I mean, I don't know, man. It's I'm not gonna comment much on it. Uh, but it's her loss, really. She just lost an amazing viewer, so I mean, and it benefits me greatly because that means you can get to spend more time with me. You be fuck. Sorry about that. A little bit of ended frustration. Never hurt anyone except for my mentality. Alright, let's try not to do that again, because, I don't know, I don't want to be yelling, and I don't want to be doing this, for sure. I don't want to be falling and yelling, let's put it like that. Deep breaths. You gotta be kidding me. Come on, then. There we go. Oh, well, I mean, I don't know either, but I wouldn't have a clue whether you have one on. But now you don't have to feel the allure of watching her stream or having to choose between me and her. Now you just have me. Ha ha ha. All things is right in the world as they should be. On that note, I wonder where Draco is. It's been a while since he's checked in. I hope he's alright. Can I get out from here? No? Well, in that case we break that. Excuse you? We break this too, then. Place him back down. Out here. Mmm. Aw, you're making me blush again. Jesus. Mm. Who was a dumbass who decided that there needed to be this many glass panes? Oh wait, I know that dumbass. It is me. Uh, I'm having trouble even like keeping my cool now, like figuring out where everything is and what I still need to place in. I think it looks about, well, there's a little bit in there in the middle. Not that it really matters. Alright, let's get over to these two. Which are going to be considerably a lot easier considering it's not just like glass panes. It's also like there's a lot less glass panes that has to go. Alright, we land and we start building. I'm starting to think not, but we've come too far. Like I can't stop now. Like that would just be dumb, right? And all the pain I went through in order to build this darn thing would simply just be wasted. So I suppose we have to finish it now, no matter what I feel, no matter what I feel, how I feel about this dragon. And I know the pain is only going to get worse too, right? Like there's no way that this is the extent of the pain I'm going to be feeling. Because each time I fall, it hurts a little bit more. And my fuse gets shorter and shorter with how much it hurts. Like, the first stream I could... Jesus Christ, that scared me. The first stream I could pretty much ignore every single fall. Like, it got slightly on my nerves towards the end. Now I get annoyed to, after half an hour. Uh, so I suppose I'm getting worse and worse at sort of keeping my calm, despite having found techniques and breathing real deep sometimes, and having some calm music on running in the back. Apparently that doesn't help me much, because I still feel like ripping someone's head off. It's a good thing that I do not take steroids. I think I might actually commit murder had I done that. Like in just pure rage over these glass panes. Somebody, my neighbor's head would just be lying somewhere. Just pure roid rage. I almost have pure roid rage, and I don't even take roids. Like that's how bad this is. I think we're actually past 65%. Um, I think we're actually a good portion past 65%, but I'm not sure. Because like while the head is big, it's gonna be super quick and easy to build. Like there's not gonna be much jumping from one glass pane to another and onwards. It's just gonna be pretty much just doing this. And soon, like whenever that has been done, uh, we have finished almost all of the glass panes, at least like the majority of them. That needs to be placed down, and it's the glass panes that takes up so long. Get more rockets. Yeah, I think tomorrow when we start working again, I'm gonna have to take sort of a break to. I'm gonna make some snacks or something, and while I do that, I'm gonna send FK um, by the raid farm to get some more gunpowder because we're running out of rockets too. It's the second shulker full of rockets that we just burnt our way through, which is a pretty incredible amount of shulker of rockets, if I have to say so. I wish we could get gunpowder from piglin bottering. That would be pretty cool, but because if we could, then I would just stand by the gold farm for an hour and get all the gold to barter a bunch of piglins. And besides, we also like there's actually one material I have not collected yet, and that's quartz, which I'm thinking that we're gonna trade our way to instead of yeah, I know. I wouldn't have done this without the elytra. Like I wouldn't. I wouldn't even be 20% of the way had I not had an elytra. Somebody would have died, and it's either me or my computer had I had to do this without an elytra. Somebody would have lost their life. Whether it's my in-game character or my real life character, I don't know. But someone would have lost their life. it should be able to just finish this up here. Perfect. Now we go over with the glow lichen. Making sure that we have no dark spots here. Again, spawn proving, oh so important. Because without the spawn proving, all of this is just gonna look less nice having things crawl around on the side of it when we look at it. Besides the rest of the world is spawn proof, and this is far up in the sky, so that means that this would become crawling with like hundreds and hundreds of mobs would spawn in there. Spawn inside of it, and on the outside and inside of it if I didn't have they look glow lichen and light inside of it. Like, and we don't want an infinite amount of mobs just pouring out. Although I suppose we could make it into a secondary axolotl tank. Also the dragon. That could actually be pretty fun if we just filled it up with axolotls. Too. The axolotl dragon. We could call all the instead of axolotls, all the axolotls can in reality be baby dragons that have yet to evolve. That would almost be phonetically pleasing. Like, we don't necessarily need to fill that up. I think I like that idea a lot. Like saying that that all the axolotls are in reality the children of this dragon. But that being said, I think that is how far we make it today. How's the lighter doing? Fine. Yeah, just fine. Otherwise, I was just going to repair it before we end the stream, but I think that is some real good progress. I wonder how many more layers do I need? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 68 layers. Oh. I wonder how many we managed to do today. I think we were there in the beginning of today, around here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Do I really only make... Does one layer take half an hour? No way. Well, regardlessly, I think this is going to be it for today. So thank you so much for watching. I had an absolute blast. There's been lots of activity in chat today, which I really do like. I hope to see you again tomorrow. Oh my god, brain shutting down. So cheerio, have a good one, and Joe out.